Alright. I am back again, playing the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I really like streaming this game. I know nothing about it. Let's see what the next episode has in store, because last stream I finished the entirety of episode 2. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Alright. What's going on this time?
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
It's snowy. Imagine making. No, wait. Imagine Sasato is the one that dies next.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Who goes to a foreign country
I
and
suppose you're visiting students from abroad,
who
eh?
goes
Yes.
to a foreign
Thought
country
so.
and immediately asks
Well then, I hope you
to
enjoy
go
your
to the
stay.
Supreme Court?
And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
So cozy. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. And there are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this is quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? What is it? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office in Article Sound. In the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we were here in a different capacity, as envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yet, we haven't delivered his or her message, and envoy's duty is done. So, we have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan? It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Maelstrom, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Mouse. Don't be a mouse. Okay. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Stronghold. We want us to be an article from the Empire of Japan. So now, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? how do you like London? Oh, well, I'm too nervous ever since I got here, but I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Oh. We had a wonderful view from the London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sasaru-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in its history, and we'll make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world, even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Soki, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Thank you. And you honor this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of forethought and courtesy, and I see that it's true. It is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. You will just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. What he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, sit then, the moment of truth. Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. That was Mr. Sogi. At least, that is what I have been led to understand. Well, the thing is... Just can't seem to find the right words to say this now. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who can be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one. I want to see. I want to see what that does. It's only been 40 days since Kazuma died. Because I've started to sort of so possibly could, but can I really stand before this terrifying man? And quite that I can do it. Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Of course, only one lawyer. But I'm not sure if I can stand before this terrifying woman and claim that I can't. Land upside down on the floor if I do that. Not that I'm scared of the societal takedown, obviously. But still, perhaps I should change my answer. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications, but no qualifications, you're saying, yet you still claim to be a lawyer. acted as a lawyer in court before, only once as it happens. Consumer to help me, and I was the accused, for glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. You're a qualified lawyer here in Britain. I'm only giving you a university degree in law. You must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time. I can't just go back to Japan. Mr. Sovi's journey had only just begun. Being here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, which was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say, which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh. Thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass and fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll pass my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it for strong-hearted murder? Good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He puts to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based instruction in British law. We can't possibly read it. We'd be playing with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. Can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? You gotta believe in your client. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, isn't it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, some kind of experiment. The lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Hold it! Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense, and if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree, but in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Alright, we gotta be fast, The Low Bailey, no wait. The what Bailey? 18th February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant opening the chamber. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. Not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for the defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air. Almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. What are you doing, following me here? Kings of fair desperate, are they? Sorry. Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, he haven't found a place to stay yet. No. 'Tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Son, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build a town mansion in most prestigious. It is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, that hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it, yeah, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh, to be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Especially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Now, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilvey Park. Full of blossoming flowers and the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? Yes, city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Now the guard will say I'm a good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, then you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands. What was I have to say, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of Federal Games had more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the place can be hired the finest lawyer in all of England. In all of England. Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well... Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Beric von Zix. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zix stands for the prosecution, they call the accused the sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fellow at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Beric von Zix. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned. Ernest counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about the man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom armed with nothing to defend himself. Yeah, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense. What are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. I have... Doctor! Is this going to work? I have no idea! Doctor! Are you sure? Is this going to work? I have no idea! Will this work? No freaking clue! Oh my god, there's a jury. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes borders redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. Must I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh my god, it's Dracula. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilford. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. That guy actually does kind of look like Edgeworth. Like I see it. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fellows are stood from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Well, please maybe go and play in McGilded Park. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. Surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rollers to the gallows where they belong, I am more than ready. At the manner, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Petty criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Just finish these mitts for my grandson. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinion of these 6 jurors. The judges pass his sentences according to the law, but the jurors like to determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but neither do I, honestly. I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy, rather than fame, I would say. But yes. No. Van Zeek sounds like Von Karma. Is this guy a Von Karma ancestor? Or is he an Edgeworth ancestor? I have no freaking clue. Yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice. He was very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. So this is probably going to be a bit more complicated than normal Ace Attorney, because there's an actual jury. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. So we have a crime scene photograph and an autopsy report with further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Mr. Narhode is like, why didn't you tell me this? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. I can see how this was released on the 3DS originally, though. I doubt they can make scenes like this on a DS as well. As good as they could on a 3DS. I have a 3DS. I wonder if anyone knows the. I wonder if anyone remembers the Dempa Men. I definitely do. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brick maker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course I have no recollection. McGilded, you can't do this! McGilded, you can't do this to us! Were you... Stop this, McGilded! Where are your friends? Shut it up, Ryusuke Naruto, I'll kill you. That's what they're trying to paint him as. Dude, you can't do this. You can't say you have no recollection. We need something to work with, McGilded. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting, so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help feed a fellow bleeding from his stomach? Wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? Reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Fortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order! 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 When the killing took place, Only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and they were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside of the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed. I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I shouted to my best, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. Well, this is going to be difficult. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I had read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own, but you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no, we only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much, and yeah. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. I was thinking of one much bigger than that, honestly. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. I mean, Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. every Londoner knows that the best view of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing it's here. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of British courts' cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Freenus, okay? Focus. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your seat. Right at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces, but there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and the Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. Really wish there was. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Poor, fair, deacon and hard-working city bank is not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little replicon of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point wasting time then listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Oh no. What is happening here? Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent, and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the gray scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... So our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed. I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I had been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his neck. That huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Good grief! That's it! The very one, sir! Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M, for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particularly big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brick maker to have owned. This weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Ah, juror number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's words should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. What are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, so that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was. And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger had a knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunges it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
Excuse me!
Oh, shoot. What are you fussing? Dang it. That was an accident. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be? Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. What is it? Look at this M. Turn it upside down, it becomes a W. Change. sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, sir, that's right, sir. It was so cold, it was freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course. No. There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. I quite heard that. Okay, no one thinks anything of that. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then. Say the boss insists on his running. Just apprehend for even the last pass of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, with it being so cold and everything, only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
Hold it! Hold it! Excuse me!
Oh, crap. Alright. This is getting kind of annoying.
Hold it! Hold it!
Starts up on the roof seats. What am I supposed to do here? Okay. That's new. What's this? Hold on. Actually, never mind. Actually, yeah. Okay, hold on. It's here, this is Skylight. So what's gonna be up back here? So is there anything back out here I should probably see? Wait. Wait. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, hold on.
Objection!
Oh, that's it. That's not it, is it? This is actually getting pretty confusing.
Hold it!
Oh god. Did I fail? Still on, guys. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses on the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, where are you to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habits, me. I always go to the park around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Mickelwood Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know. Put a smile on Londoners' face. He said, I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Whether may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? So in the Crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard of any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise to his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known, the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. Oh, shoot. I didn't read what he said. By the merciless philanthropist pretender Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. Oh, crap. If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? He has evidence, doesn't he? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. There it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice happens to be considered acceptable. But I found myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard the ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. I failed, didn't I? That was it. The last jury's decision. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That is what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... She just got cut off. I will convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust that there are no objections. Miss Susanna, just tell me one thing. You were in the middle of saying something before. Footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, all proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome, from that tome you have there been resurrected? Huh. Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Sato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nepalese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, you would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. It says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination in an attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. Huh? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached the decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention of what's made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. It seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. Might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilted, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial... what? The juror's contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stepping that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? Thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
Objection!
Objection. Those 2 statements clearly contradict with each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear in Silverblaz's man and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, who took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way the London's carriage is to be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, and one and all. Trustworthiness is our specialty. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword goes sir, as a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, The news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! Hey, we're doing this. Oh, we're so back. We're cooking over here. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. We're cooking over here. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change two more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly, you can do it. I freaking love this jury mechanic. I love this. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Alright. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Now, what does the other guy say? Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. I think I should pit this guy against the old lady. Here's jury number 6. Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3, can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh dear. As far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a nut, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, let's say it didn't happen like that. Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Check court record. Who are you calling? Oh! Why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it! What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. Oh, I love this game. Bro, I am glad I got this game. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. It's proven by the autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I can see defeat. Oh wait, the tide's turning. We're cooking over it. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now waiting to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. We had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, then I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to advocate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Sasato really came out and said, actually, if we read the rulebook here, we don't have to accept that the juries already have decided that he's guilty. And saved the frickin' trial, dude. Oh, that saved the trial. I really thought it was just something in the game that you would have to lose for some reason. Having savored the rich aroma of the common contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive this discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honor the deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There was nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our present after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. I'll be right back. I'm back.
Then I'm ready to rumble.
Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we just had to endure. Yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that from your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of the fifth passenger in your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings. I only paid to throw passengers that night. I swear, but, Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood poured inside as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw him killing stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. Oh, I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold. The last one of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. Your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. Alright. Alright, I took the headphones off, and it looks like if there's a drop in quality, that's why. But the headphones were getting kind of uncomfortable. I'm sorry. But I think this might be easier on my head. I don't know. Wearing headphones with a beanie would probably be a bit easier. But it also would probably still be some sort of like uncomfortable in some way. However, I also wear glasses, so that might make it a bit worse, like on my head. So yeah, that's why I took the headphones off. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. He isn't even denying it. He's like, yeah, if it's gonna win me this trial. Various misgivings. I will only carry control of passengers at night. I swear it's but well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood curdle inside as well. It's all too much. No, crap, okay. I tell you, I saw him like McGill stabbing that man with the 4 stands. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk with the 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening to stop us from uncovering this new important information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Okay. This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious! Really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. It may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath. You see? That's when I looked through. That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. I kind of want to present the knife to him, just. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? I would definitely present the knife to him, and I don't know why. That's what I said, isn't it? It's bothering me before this was. So he hesitated. He hesitated. Okay. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. This? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from around the seats on the roof deck. I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, I saw it through the skylight. That his gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking out of his midriff. Yeah, that's right. Yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man. Yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that, eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer that cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are just like that. But sometimes, some days in a group chat, the conversation will shift to just posting furry art for some reason. No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, and I know what I saw. I remember it just clear as a bell of day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. And I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? You absolute idiot.
Objection!
He would have been wearing gloves if that was him. Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked may be laying it on a little thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. There certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain in there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
Well, it's a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was in both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means that there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe.
upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show it's Merritt's compelling reason to lie in his testimony. Alright. This portfolio is... Hold on, let's see. See. Gosh, it's pretty full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? Around everyone in this country is well off. Goodness. But this, do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Oh my gosh, that means me to me. It does sound strange. Bruce Fairplay, he is testifying at this very... Yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, didn't he? Like Kitty. And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. The details of the debtor's ledger have been updated in the court record. Heck yeah, we're doing this, 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 we're doing this. We have evidence! Yeah! Yeah! My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove! Are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. It's the debtor's ledger. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilden. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused's extortion. Point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilden were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, for the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay! Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilda's hands.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I'm gonna be awful. I got my sweater on. I'm gonna be right back. I'm back. I wonder if I'm too long to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? Blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think... yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Witness testimony. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. But I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would have all seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth, the fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. There's as much incriminating evidence as tantamount to saying you saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial, no significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. You're back. The witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's blood hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Hold it! You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. I'm very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of him. The stories to say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Don't go with this one. Oh, please. You didn't even see that. It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was barely frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the vast omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would have all seen him. Mr. Fairplay didn't see Mr. Mason being stabbed at all. That's a hugely significant change in the facts of the case. Something else that occurred to me whilst listening to witnesses' latest testimony. Two of them were recounting what they saw through the skylight in the omnibus route. I know it's a large window and certainly affords a good view of the inside, but well, I think perhaps we have to confirm what they're saying with our own eyes as much as possible. What do you mean? I mean that we can examine the evidence firsthand. The omnibus is here in the corner now. That's a good idea. We can consider the witness's statements while we're looking around.
Hold it!
I can't downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime, it's a matter of mental importance as well as you know. Crying out loud. We all know that no one else could have possibly have done. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Have you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not entirely what I was hoping for. I just lost a guinea for attempting my back with the wrong cause in the dungeon lesson. I was going to win it all back. This fixture this weekend is a sure thing. A little penny or two? Oh, thank you. I won't bet tonight if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. The judge just like, I bet not. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work?
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of an omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. I guess I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the cabin below. Oh, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocally, I could say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? So if you're... So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. You can sit all the way up here on better winter nights with the cold air rushing past me. Let me confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You're riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? My golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed deck cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Objection?
Shut up! Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nibonese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Right here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof facing the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylights, that I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and the attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I can agree with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could it have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on, make sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Mrs. Sato. Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin obscured from view was...
Take that!
Girl, Mason. It's concealing the blind spot of the cabin that night. Listen to unexpected passenger. Could have so-called logic being used to arrive at that conclusion, and that is not. Because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be unusually large. You could have just said that's not right. Sir, the task here is to defend Mr. McGilder, and we are working on the assumption that he is innocent of this crime. Yes, of course. Why? That must be meant that there was someone else inside the omnibus with Mr. McGilder, the true culprit. That's right. Of course. So the two people sitting inside the cabin that the witness saw the skylight at night. They were the victim and the real culprit. It does seem as though we've all been making a false assumption. The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. McGilder at all. I mean, he has to be sitting somewhere else. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was Magnus McGilder. The passenger in the enclosed cabin with witnesses on the roof deck failed to see. Has to been Mr. Magnus McGilder. Mr. McGillen? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Objection! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Oh, fancies. People talk to those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which the case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the glove. Point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, the testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. There was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! What exactly are you postulating? The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated they saw the accused. When elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. What particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? Afraid I don't remember. Can you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of a true culprit in the very cabin in which he'd forever... Ah! That's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what you say, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? The suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Mr. McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? This very well could prove to be a turning point. So if we're wanting to make sure that we get this right, we're gonna have to try this option. Yes,
We need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. What a sigma. Oh god. Why is that something I thought of when he said Just like, what a sigma. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out of here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. Then something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. I'm like Beppo. He's a crap. Hear what the patron of my favorite tickle pot has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night. I want to see how much this turns. Does it stop? Yeah, it does. Will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party within the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police? Begad, no, it is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. I think I should hear Minecraft next. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all, or keep your mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true! Hey, it was me who helped the little person get away after it all happened. What? No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by police. You'd be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was, well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the B1 was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Well, the wee ting just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the arching is appear in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Fire! Fire! Look, she's trying to get away. Come on, it's no use. I can't see anything for all this smoke. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't be accused to escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody. Clear the courtroom. He preparedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos, they stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. They had no idea what was happening. They knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. Nah. It's gonna be a long stream.
18th of February, 12:52 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Proto, I managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long, but who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? But could it be a passenger that Mr. McGilda was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. What became of Mr. McGilda, actually? There's so many things I need to ask about. He's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Bebo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. It comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. What the Igma? Counsel for the defense. Kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. Yes. '18th of February, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I said courtroom like that, expecting to see like number 4 or whatever. Oh my god, that just looks like a train conductor. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilder. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which failed proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, the sort of typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. She now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What's the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGilder? I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that. She's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilder, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how the young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat on the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, without thud and wee smoke, like a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. Bless my soul, I find there was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? which is exactly as the defense counsel said. This last with the fifth passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Reaction image, bro. That's a reaction image. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, Begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. With my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding herself away. You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart didn't even stop beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still, in all, I pulled her out from under there, sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin walk with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say so. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl, the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilden. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly possible, but the defense is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo, being the defendant's lawyer and yet finding myself as dumb as everyone else in his testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly have precious little time to talk to Mr. McGilden before the trial, but we mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. How did you know? In the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly went off. Then, Begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fast start.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, it's just a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. That's why I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. got onto the omnibus. Were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, I swear. I see. Hi, and that's why I took the back seat as I did. It is the most comfortable, so it is. Would you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, it is how you already described it earlier. Talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it is the most comfortable, and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Thank God. A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fast start. There was a fellow collapsed from the floor at my feet. I sat but tried to open the door cautiously.
Hold it!
That thud, you say? A scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage with the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. And the seats above you on the roof deck were sound. Not above me, no, my lord, because we're inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes.
Hold it!
He said, what? Said I did, and the seat across from me, as I said. At the pen, you see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. And I find that a little hard to believe. Oh, Lord Vanzits, now what would that be? You like to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail a cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well, now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. Business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help half them, and some might even see me dead. So I do try where at all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so it was. Only, I had in mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to know them. Like the scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yeah. The scream, he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim before acting. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh! How dare you? What's the meaning of this? Ah, she's gone! Open your eyes. Over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking, bullets are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you say, slipped up and gone to the time of the job. She got herself back to the corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's the worst in your head, Dan. No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. No, knives are for cowards. Who thugs use weapons like that? All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for things. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the paint the best. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. It is alright, Ross. You think I've done the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in the case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. Witness testimony. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I had nothing to show from the trouble last night. I'll tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did. The screen just came out. Just because of that. Swell found me. He didn't help me get away, mind. Yes, see what you go. I fail to understand why you let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilly. Oh, to simplicity itself, my lord. See, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. Now, as I'm sure I said before, sir, I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. But of course, the wheelhouse was stuck in there. So I parked myself in the seat for the duration. Oh. So you see, that's why I left the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your own innocence being part of the question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass. My goodness, what a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensually leaning to a verdict of not guilty. You know what? This must mean what? We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
At the sight of my iron here Wellington offense, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practice. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's later statement gave us clear insight into his true nature. In his true nature. Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole was included in their investigation. The compartment of the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGill's stories, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary for allowing this to happen. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nippleman's friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail as per any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-seat compartment to be? Huh? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How is this all inexplicable? Excuse me, the theft of Lord Van Zeek's. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat of the omnibus? Well, I think we're going wrong side, shall we? The door's been crooked. Why is that? The seat looks reasonably soft. It's actually rather hard when you sit on it. I'm only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such fine it would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to see the companion. Normally, that's no problem. I suppose it's very impractical, okay? The seat has a handle, it seems. I could have sworn it wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as a counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? You whist? What are you saying now, you daft owl? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing, not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. But their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should let the jury weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. Those rules say the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Pepper wasn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer in Pittsburgh were lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. Stinking Richard, all these stinkers. The cowards, the lot of them. Oh no. Trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they egged up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did. The scream just came out. Because of that, this swell found me. Did help me get away, man. Hold it! When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. You let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to hurt the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood on the status victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. Pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was still sitting up the bloke. The bloke would have fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilden's account, of course. But then the fellow servant turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that this swell found me. He did let me get a light mind. And when Mr. McGilden discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. Scared stiff I was. Dragged me out and set me down on the seat and all. This is the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke got a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. The carriage worked a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both me hands are covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. With her hands covered in blood. It must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilder for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to in there. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First from the roof deck from the presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't hook up. And yours drowned as smartest. And your Irishman says to me, get back under the seat. I'll see if you can get away later. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we can quench the verdict if we want. So I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. That word again. Oh god. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her limits. Well, to just clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the journey to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red gonk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? That's when I slip into the cab and get myself in the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the apartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. You seem to have reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. A waste of time? Where's that? Well, most nights I'm on my own, God forbid, at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well that's what my gang call it. You say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is in normal run the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. That's when you come out of your hiding place and get away? That's it. Only that night. This cover was sat on me from sat on my seat from the start. And it didn't budge the whole way, did it? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat. You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin. Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child, now do you? That's the start of a Disney movie. So this Mr. Straight couldn't possibly be the culprit. I'll tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. There's a bitch in there. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jab. Most days I push the cushion up with my head and look at the crack. Then I get out of the butcher and say, who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. And I can never look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. For some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey over me head. And for that reason, we weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, you see? Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. There's too much.
Well, no. Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's glass comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. It's terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Hey, I don't know about yourself, but I find that darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Not really. All I can hear was the Irishman snoring. Jarvis, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. What should we make of that last statement of hers? My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Tina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement. Please. What supplement? What do you want about it? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on. All I could hear was snoring. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look, it's almost like you. This is history, of course. He had his heart set on this study born in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. He lost his mind before he even had the chance to see the place. Just kind of sensible such a degree as no casino down there. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and I would push to see what was what. Then, when I saw the swell getting on, you got me head down so it didn't notice me. Mr. McGilvert sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, but you Adam and Eve, what a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But what he... Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to the market. Snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure? No? Absolutely. Seems my own Nipponese friend is not as dual-witted as I feared. So Van seems to realize it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. You were told in the omnibus that night, but you heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilvert snoring. Think, please. Think. There's something else you should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. It sounded very clearly explained by the presence of some of the following person.
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear. Instead of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel! Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I found out what the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person aboard the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? With a crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. Did we did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for this one to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Huh. The victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks! Yes, he knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? It makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Oh no! She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little knight just because she had some rather naughty ways. I must say, I can't abide liars, and neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Are they saying she did it, or that Mr. McDilda did it? I'm confused. Mr. Naruhodo, it's 5 journeymen Mr. leading towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Burns friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Yeah, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? This is garbage, it's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. The way this is going, I know. If you can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule the world lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Hold it. Yes, the witness's last statement seemed to reveal a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Obviously, the victim must be placed in the carriage after she was killed. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function that obviously in your last sentence? Well said, Roland Van Zeeks. The obviously is troubling me also. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Well, obviously, I shall have to penalize the defense heavily for this book. It's irrelevant rambling. Ugh, I must learn to ramble more relevantly. The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nepalese eyes. So I ask you again. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Wait. Okay. What's more possible? Court records. Okay, hold on. Wait. She's already in there. She was in there already.
Objection!
I don't know why I chose that. The door wasn't open even once. The only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin and started away. Behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other only has only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Oh, crap. Hold on.
I get putting in something. I don't know, man. I didn't really consider even being a stream. I was just gonna play some Minecraft.
Oh. Are you finally joining in?
Not at the moment. I was hoping you wouldn't do, like, 2 streams in one day. That could actually mess up a person. Here you are. Peter, why can't you speak? Speak verbal.
Should I, like, get out of the call or something?
Oh, so, Peter, rejoin the call. I think your mic already broke the second you joined.
No, my mic is not broken. I'm just too lazy to talk.
Dang. It's like Garfield when he hates Mondays.
Should I screen share, though?
Meh.
No? Okay.
I really want to spoil it for myself. Just
Yeah, that probably wouldn't work.
Peter, I want to show you something.
I guess I'll just get out of the call then, okay?
Okay, see you later.
see ya.
The mouse isn't working, hold on. Okay. That was odd. Yeah, I didn't expect a Discord call like to happen though. So where on earth is Enders? Would it be this? Oh, the music stopped. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words.
Objection!
The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but you have a shred of evidence to support your out-of-brain theory. Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has. But would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. It's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? If the victim had fallen inside the skylight as you say, the passengers in the group deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yeah, that's true, but... Mind a humble fella, make a wee comment here. Mr. McGilded. To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But, seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! Hold it. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rudder, he said. You rudder. What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I. A fair play. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker, and me, a very, very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest too. How about you, you rotten scoundrel? Order! 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 This is not the time, my witnesses. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. It's beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. I therefore has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylights from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand with... The hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. I mean, look, if somehow he got stabbed while he was on the top of the omnibus and he fell through the roof, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to be there. In our British courts of law, that is what's termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are you waiting for? To testify. I thought there was something fishy about the heft from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's still from relish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruto? The spectators in the public gallery are in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord, you will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Refuting the accusation. They were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one of the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us knew anything about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylights were shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck, without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see? We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Hey! According to investigations by Scotland Yard, two witnesses share no common dealing. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord.
Okay. Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is some kind of a lark? Is some kind of joke you said? Is this what this is? Perhaps. One or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious? That's what he said. It's impossible to tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bit of gold. If you did manage it, your outlets were free shut and you never opened them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you. And we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fellow. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. It's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, it was a cold night, so it was. But we were seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? We reached an impasse here on this particular point. It was you! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it's only fair that you and the other being are you. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, no, not once, never. You've never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? Yes, sir. Matters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have even...
Well, no.
There we go. Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel? What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long. Like has it? Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it's fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another? And young Mr. First. He's not really you went with me, sir. You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so... Customers like it, I tell you, they lack a distinctive touch. Customers, such as the Rice-Fired Mason. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of form, my lord. Oh, this you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please don't let me be. Please don't let my little interruption hold up the proceedings. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't have possibly opened it.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time. I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his brag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. It's about the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it, still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wings loudly. I shocked myself to the distant heavens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see? But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was daggers at me, sir. Everyone as red as rouge, I did. You were expecting me to sentence you. No, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin.
Fine. Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. Skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open. Dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, hey, you can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had birds coming out of my ears. It's a straight. He's not the foreign you won't criticize him on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I looked at the last blokes first, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't knock off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch from the skylight is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the top of the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff! Climb up on top of the roof with the alarm bus at once and verify it yourself. Ah! Oh, my hat! See? Hold up. So, the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Though, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilda either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that we can truly determine the outcome of the trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So we're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, wouldn't you think one of the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. skylight was shut the entire time.
Hold it!
But now that the skylight doesn't crack open. What's more, the catch for security was found on the roof deck side. This is getting flaming oinkus. It's getting absurd, he said. Completely absurd. That's right, neither of us even knew the skylight had a catch. If we didn't know, we couldn't have opened it. And if we didn't open it, we couldn't have kicked the fellow down. Please, where's the idea about kicking the victim to the skylight coming from? Whoever designed these carriages anyway, can't see not being able to open the skylight inside, breaking in. Didn't they think about that? There's no point having a skylight that's steady than theirs it is there. Ah, we're really getting off topic here. You actually have a point. Pray, you enlighten the rest of us. I'll tell you what my point is.
Objection!
No! I failed. My lord. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will announce your findings to the court.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty!
Hereby find the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, guilty. I'll be right back. Hold on. I thank the good ladies and gentlemen of the jury for their swift and insightful contemplation. That is all. The court is adjourned.
Well, no.
Excuse me!
Got some food.
Wait, nine! Excuse me!
You have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. Hmm? Skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? Oh, and the skylight's over. That easy. I'll tell you. Otherwise, you won't feel good then. I can't do it from inside, you bug. A few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, my first discovery of years. This is great. This is beautiful film to be guys to be unitizing from the subject of criminal activities. But anyway, I had a bit of a scare. Four of them surrounding me. So I couldn't nap off and let it. So what I did was use the skylight. Catch, jump right through. Let's, yeah, catch one skylights on the top line. On the top side. Why you can't open them from the cabin. Skylight from the roof. Bela. Very fast. My head.
I'm back. Right, I demand to hear it. So I tell you after this. But you can call us both shishers. But you call us both shickers. Oh, that's us criminals. Those liars, that's what he means. They accuse us of doing it. It's that moment. There's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves, now is there? We were in much the same position as one another here. He'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say, I mean, I don't. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb to join you on the roof deck? Certainly not. Deacon! No question about what he said. No. But yes, of course, I remember seeing them both. A victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilder? Damn, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I voted the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fellow ass. Do you have any evidence at all? Did you say it twice? Yeah, he said it all like he said it twice like freaking Jevil. It's all about evidence in the court these days. So it is. You do well to remember that. Yeah, I saw you with my own eyes. It's going so well. Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of a lark? This is some kind of a joke, is this what this is? Or perhaps one of the other he fell asleep briefly. What do we got here?
Objection!
Wrong, I guess.
Hold it! Hold it!
Here we go. I think I remember something. Yeah. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious that that's all. And yet friend Zeke's has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?
Objection!
What do we do here?
Hold it!
the other of us would notice.
Objection! Objection!
Looking up at this point. Alright. I didn't. Honestly, I was wrong supposed to do this thing.
Hold it!
There's my phone. There we go.
Excuse me! Objection!
Stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today. In this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. Gosh, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. No. What? Okay. Here we go. Yes. It does open very wide, does it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Oh. What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
Got it!
Got it! By Jupiter! Is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What was open? What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Order! 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 But the blood could have sprayed up there when he fell inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It's all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height there, right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies!
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can. Yes, sir, it's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three, then. Everyone? 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Shitting performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zieks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. Objection! What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. Let's quickly
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can say with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage, at least not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zieks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session... What?! What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zieks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I'll take kindly to Samantha, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court, against the forces of the court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You are very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case that you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does it even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. That's Lord Van Zieks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? No. I think it's fair to say this does all look like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. But if you were all to cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Smoke bomb, isn't it? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court's been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can, but still, I feel so there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However,
In terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. Seems my little Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bang! What's going on? Careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. It's a wicked plot. It's a plot to undermine me so it is. Whatever you think this is changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Warden Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. It's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was no secret. Such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I'd say I have an inkling. My lord. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you gonna say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilder. The court awaits the defense's clarification. Yeah. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe in? What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark you claim appeared at some point during the trial? That's blood, isn't it? Something wrong? Oh, it's just... Well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zeeks has made no mention of it. His voice does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood going there. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, it's all nonsense. Facts are what counts. The fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing creeper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. Have you ever heard of the Mandela effect? I'm sure you have. It's like the Mandela part of it has the sick, but it's also in the name of the popular analog horror series Mandela Catalog. I'm joking. I'm just messing around. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in the question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? Prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, if I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yeah. Which would mean, for one, is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good. Good gracious me! Order. This is some precedent behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you sound of mind? Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. But I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah, your job here is done for that. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so before. The trial can't go on anymore. Now your closing statement there was, how do you put it, nothing more than a formality. really don't know what to make of all of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming, and any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. I was thinking Ritterall is guilty of something. You mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely path. I'll be losing my hearing as fast. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the blood-stained omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zieks, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies.
Objection!
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer a judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? It's the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilder. Good grief! You have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to look forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you doing? This man has been cleared. He's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. When I first heard a trial, the great court continued to be brought down. With the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. February, 5:14 p.m. Lord Bailey, defendants, at the chamber. It certainly was a long trial. Yeah, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations to you, Mrs. Sullivan. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. I bet you did. Mr. McGilded. Yeah, my girl was with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off and there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them by now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was, and I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as thanks to your planning. Yeah, straight talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. There's water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McDowell, on having your name cleared. Nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absolute deed. It's grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any details. Yes, see it for what it was, and for what it is. Now get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I did be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I paid. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your promise, fella. No, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Be waste. You're the humble people, are you? You're from the east? Well, if you insist, I'd have this still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I did do my best to help where I can. It is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fairly well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting yours. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move. Or as I want to say, get a move on. It really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? Yeah, grown up. Sorry? And I ain't all grown ups. There you are. Naughty, naughty. Running off like that. This is some kind of picnic. Who's this over now? And I'm thinking that with you as well. I was looking forward to trying one of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, you know what? Excuse me about who are you? Good day. The inventor, I suppose. That machine. The inventor? Oh, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, more white. You have to be shrouded in smoke. It could at least be a proof color, I thought to myself. We have to be shrouded in smoke, though. Oh, I just took my eyes off for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl was talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to the laboratory. What for? To apologize, poor silly, for my technician. What? I mean, say sorry. You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. Adults? I don't listen to no adults. Come on then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a live one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. I'm sure we'll be arriving in London when we have the first year. Our traveling cases are still at the tailor. But this will happen today. Maybe out of luck. I have a plan. The worst comes to the worst, part of a local park will reach them around. No, maybe a little chill at this time of year. Let's through. I'm not so sure about that. I think I've never went through a London night with freaky young Prince Solid just as easy as an elderly one. Oh, yeah, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning this new figure down. 1,000 guineas per paid for over one week. I'm sorry. The trial that determined my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, they were more trying times ahead, just as the reaper of the Bay had warned. The case was far from over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! How did this happen?
What?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
What is going on here? If he set it on fire? Alright. Well, I guess I'll be right back, guys. Sorry it took me so long, but I am back. I actually want to try out these accolades. Wait, no. Accolades. Escapades. 22nd of November, 3:08 p.m. Supreme Court Adjudicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Just look at my precious treasure now. Myself, I have scrubbed and scrubbed. With the repelling odor of meat will never be repelled from its resplendent surface again. But never back into possession, at least. You should be grateful, old man. How dare you? Excuse me, but I'd just like to get that Zabuton cushion there if I could. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor. This is not over. Incarceration awaits those who would defraud a senior citizen for his priceless treasures. Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't... Sorry, Sergeant, but can I just get that Zabuton cushion over there or something there as well? Oh. I won't go to jail. Never. Imagine if I did. The very next day, my boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him. Using the child to protect herself? Myself, I call that absolute cowardice. Oh, really? And who just employed the old poor defenseless senior citizen tactic? I won't find enemy he's using underhand tactics. It's with a tit-for-tat strategy. Fair interruption again, but just need to get that Western-style cushion there on the sofa. This insubordination. What do you want, man? Please don't mind me. Aha! You eyes to see me? Or is this the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Wide-eyed, perhaps, but criminal? No. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangements of others? Are you carrying a repetition of this upholstered seat? Well, the thing is, any luck? Did you find it? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma. You really are a liability, Rinosuke. Report! At once! Have you lost something? Is that it? Yeah. We were just on our way to on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when I realized that my university pin badge was missing. A university pin badge, you say? Yes, for my color here, you see? Affirmative. Uniforms must be kept in prime condition at all times. A missing badge is unacceptable. I thought if I looked around, it would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Koban coin and the stake. Pattern of which I am acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search and I'm really lost my conclusion. As though someone must be playing. Don't look at me! I don't just find any metal objects irresistible, you know? That's what would happen to the trooper I know here, scroll, something like that. I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Rinosuke. Still, if you tell the office your student number, they should be able to issue you with a new one. What's the matter? Don't tell me. Yes. I don't remember my student number. I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you've lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually. If you didn't think you could remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you that until I was blue in the face last time this happened. Yes, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It wasn't. I can't remember who told you that you needed to remember it. Well, student numbers are 6 digits. Who can remember 6 whole digits? UMA isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All of our numbers are still rather low. In fact, we only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. Might help. Seriously, it's only 3 digits you needed to remember. Just 3! Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Yes, well, anyway, young man, myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today. Oh, you mean me? A lawyer already before you even graduated. I'm such a loyal friend to this one. This one? What's that supposed to be? Am I some sort of entity? No, I have so much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here. Indeed? What? By me? First time I'm hearing this. Yes, by Rinosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely? It was last summer, at the speech contest. A speech contest? Oh, that. Contestants had to take to the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. And yours was great. It made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you. Yes, it did. Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, white-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. It's going to be a pushover. That's your version of not being rude, is it? Well, I paid for my complacency because it brought on that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How are your ranks compromised? My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line... Yes, what happened to the very last line? It was supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up. Never! You mean, you stumbled on your words? Spectacularly. Even, I can't believe I ruined it. Well, what on earth did you say, man? Rinosuke, you'd better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course, I can still recall it perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech, was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers polite and fight for filial piety. What went wrong? Well, indeed, myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself. Very well, then I shall. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and flight. The fight for filial. It's impossible! The arise, ladies and gentlemen part I delivered perfectly. The next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blabbering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise! They were shouting. Hell on earth. But then, of course, this man went and delivered his word-perfect speech with a perfect ending. How did it go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect. Something like that. I mean, talk about stating the obvious. But the fact is, I lost that speech. Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. Well, it is quite tricky to say, I agree. The final fight for filial piety, especially. It's just like I've had this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never have been called filial piety. It should never have been called filial piety in the forest. It should never have been called filial piety in the forest space. At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It may not come up much there. Oh, filial piety in the first place. Having lost that first contest, I came after you to ask you a question. How is it that you never trip up on your words, you know? You just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really? What kind of a hobby? Make your hand up, like off your side. Besides, just a way to pass the time. After that, you started talking to me to 10 to the dozen like you were possessed almost. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right, I really can't. Speaking fast is just the sort of hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on. Well, you have to practice, of course, but there are some simple things to it, like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai swords, swipe silently sideways. Swift samurai swords, swipe. Even a decrepit thumbnail and French's mind can find its way around that. No doubt, it's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine anybody was trying to say it. So that bright Kazuma. Swift samurai. I've heard missed by words. Just be able to handle a sword. Well, I've been busy teaching Ido. This is the finer points of swordplay. None of this wordplay nonsense, private. Come to think of it, not long after that, we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? We got into that debate about family values that the occupied place on campus. Do you remember? Yes, the argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well. Oh, what's it? In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. As a symbol of how serious I took the decided to wear this. My red Hachimaki headband. Sorry, Kazuma. Yes? You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it'll always remind me of that smug look in your face you utter those tantalizing words. What words? You mean another tongue twister? I practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end I mastered it. Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this, actually. Listen carefully now. Here goes. Red headband, red headband, red headband, red headband, red headband. I'd actually been meaning to ask you about that. I'm sorry behind your headband. Well, I know. So that I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wore this red headband every single day without fail. Well, I know exactly how much shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than the shock you've just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it. It's just as famous as Swift Samurai Swords. I can't believe you don't know. It goes red bread pan, red bread. My bread pan. Sometimes knock someone out of that headband of yours. It's not too late, Private. You'd always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead. You think I was manifest, young man? Cheeks are glowing redder than your eyes. Ah! These so many words would be so similar. I think if we're going based off context, they must be speaking Japanese. Like, cause like they ask if they cause like if this is the English translation, I'm pretty sure Ryunosuke is asked if he can speak English or something. I don't know. No idea. I love that. Alright. It's 2 weeks now since we left Japan. Can't believe how quickly time is going. So, our next port of call will be Shanghai. Who's there? Who can be at this hour? A detective. A detective? Who? A great detective. I don't get it. What's a great detective? If you would just be so kind as to open the door. Oh yes, sorry, of course. Something wrong, detective? I'm investigating a case? Wherever great goes, great cases occur. Indeed, I am the root of all evil. Sorry? I don't think I want you in my cabin. Under our grey noses on this steamship, a terrible theft has just occurred. What? You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago. Oh, yeah, the power couldn't have been out for more than 10 minutes, though. Indeed. That was ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated. Phew, well, clearly it's a case that needs investigating. Precisely. The culprit ran away in this direction, down the first-class cabin passageway here. Really? He came this way? Quite sure. May have escaped the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not the great detective. Well then, I would be obliged if you would allow me to investigate here in this cabin. Well, I'm curious. For some reason why it would inconvenience you to have your cabin searched? Inconvenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all, there's a stowaway in that wardrobe right over there. Yeah, it's just me in here, you see? No one else. So you might perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins. As it happens, you are the only first-class passenger at present. The other cabins are taken. Oh. That rather tragic rumbling of the stomach arise from within you, my good fellow? Of course, as I say, I'm the only person in here. I only to again, so perhaps we could do this afterwards. I do apologize, sir, but it's simply of the first importance that the investigation is not delayed. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, where'd he go? He's on the wardrobe. He suddenly moved all the way over there. Yes, without a doubt, if the culprit were to be hiding in this cabin, it would have to be inside this wardrobe. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection? I'm sorry, I'm going to have to decline. Really, you won't. Those two rather tragic sneezes. Right. Of course they did. As I said, I'm the only person in here. You have a curious knack of talking while sneezing in. My sneeze. Quite tempting, sir. Yes. Stay in. I shall need to examine this wardrobe. Got it now then. Game's up. Nobody hiding in there, it seems. You seem surprised. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I shut the doors on him myself. More visitors? Who's this now? Excuse me. Sorry for disturbing, but crime has been committed on board ship. Terrible, apparently. How do you know this? Well, Detective here just informed me, you see. Detective? Yes, I assume you must pass. Where'd he go? I must ask you to cooperate with investigation into this crime fully. Well done. Hang in the wardrobe. My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealment in such a place. And I would say that, at a push, a human could survive for up to 5 minutes in that cramped space. I see him there for a fortnight. Is he not human? Why you? This is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. We can say, yes, there can be no doubt that the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe. What? That's impossible. He couldn't have. My best friend was in there the entire time, or at least I thought he was. How can you be sure of this? Elementary, my dear fellow. The criminal left behind the most revealing evidence. How else could you explain these 3 diamonds? Ah, what? He's right. Look at those gnawed bones in there. 3 of them. The criminal has escaped this time, but I will find him and crush him. Can I ask you something, Detective? Yes, of course. I am always delighted to answer an inquiring mind. This terrible theft, what exactly was stolen? Aha! What else? Put some steaks on the rib bone. Huh? Say steaks on the rib bone? This evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks were stolen from the ship's kitchen only a short time ago. There was malfunction with generator, and the ship was without lights for 10 minutes. Captain saw criminal said that he ran away down the first-class passageway, and now I'm on his tail. I'm afraid to say, dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin. How? Through the cabin door, no less. Having devoured his haul in this wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones and concealed himself behind the cabin door as he came inside. Then, when attention was turned to the wardrobe, he seized the chance to escape through the open door. What? Make haste, my good man. Capture the culprit. I shall follow. Hold it! Something troubles you, sir. I think maybe criminal is not running away at all. You suggested. Now I know what all is buried, Mr. Ashley. Me? When I think that you are culprit, everything is falling in places. The criminal disappeared in the first-class passageway. The bones in the wardrobe. While crews are pointing their fingers at you. Don't be ridiculous. I would never. Yes, of course. I established at once that you couldn't be the perpetrator of this crime. You did? Why are you so sure? My dear fellow, there are but 2 things in this world in which one can rely on terms with total certainty. What 2 things? The first is the word of a great detective. And the second is the tragic rumbling of an empty cabin. Not again. When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a rumbling so odiously tragic that I confirmed beyond all doubt. He's a sushi striker. But the man not eating a single ribeye steak in some time, let alone 3. How do I have to suffer this humiliation? I've done nothing wrong. Curses! I will catch this thief. Cannot have gone far. Indeed, considering he decided against opposing a constitutional swim. Well, if you will excuse me, my apologies for upsetting your evening. Detective, 1 moment, please. Yes, that was a most remarkable deduction. Guess you'd be kind enough to tell me your name? It's quite slipped my mind. You've been talking with the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazuma Asogi. I'm a student on my way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Asogi. Oh, and before I forget, yes, I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel, so you would do well to conceal the stowaway currently lying low under your bed as carefully as possible. Under the bed? I bid you farewell, then, Mr. Asogi. Oh, crap, he knew. He's uncovered our secret. I suppose I should have expected nothing less. A great detective. I'll be right back. Now then, why did you move in under the bed? Thought we'd had it when we opened the wardrobe door. Well, it was thanks to a split-second chance you engineered that I what? You distracted him for a moment, remember? You suggested that he investigated the other cabins instead. Oh, yeah, he turned to look towards the corridor, didn't he? Well, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course, but I thought to myself, it's now or never. And the next thing I knew, I was under the bed. You really want to give me a scare, don't you? Anyway, you told us about the rib steaks, huh? Sorry about that. I've just been so hungry. Ever since we left Japan, stuck in that tiny wardrobe. Well, you should know, you've been splitting all your meals with me. You must be starving too, surely. Right on cue. And there was that power cut before, wasn't there, for about 10 minutes. So it was then I caught a whiff of the most delicious smell. And I thought to myself, it's now or never. Next thing I knew, this man just can't take care of himself in trouble. Well, alright, you were hungry. 3 steaks? Thanks to you, 3 crewmen are going to go without tonight, I imagine. No, it was just the one. What? I only took 1 rib steak from the kitchen, that's all. I don't understand. Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I'd stolen 3 steaks, I'd at least have tossed one your way. I'm not your pet dog. Well, in that case, who stole the other 2? Oh, do you think, could there be a ghost on board? A meat-loving ghost? There can only have been a single bone in the wardrobe when Suki moved to hide under the bed. It means that the other 2 bones can only have been put there by one very flesh and blood person. What's so funny? We're on a haunted ghost ship. A great detective, or a great mischief maker. Either way, I think I've been spending a lot of time getting to know that man. Great Sherlock Holmes. Everyone assumes he's German. Let's see what this one is. February 9:17 a.m. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. Here we are again. Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing. Just think, we could be at home with Mr. Jones and I was having a nice, cozy breakfast. Oh, I guess I should know that one yet. Shoot. The end of the stream, I guess.